Akuje tu, mimi niko sawa. Nani anataka nimsaidie? Nikuje mmoja mmoja.
Hello, Magdi.
Morning Doc. Niambie.
eLearning yangu ilikuwa na shida.
Fungua tuone kwa programu.
Hello, Magdi.
Yes, daktari.
Sasa wajamaa wameingia. How are you this morning?
I'm fine. Nimewatumia email nimewatumia link, so acha tungoje wanaingia huko.
Unaona kama wameanza kuingia hata kidogo kidogo. Wakianza kuingia, let me wasijue walinitoa wapi. Lazima one of them alining'oa. Sioni hiyo link yao. Niko kwa hii ya class reps tu peke yake. Ama walitupilia mbali hiyo ingine.
Acha but hiyo class rep tu pia iko sawa.
Naona wako 10 peke yake kwa hii class rep out of 66. Ama siwa anakuanga ngapi? They are around 66.
Okay. But wanaingia, nimeona the numbers are increasing. We are at 125.
Hiyo ni sawa hiyo. Let me play some what I'm going to teach today. I'm going to teach about African indigenous education. So by the time I finish playing them, I hope I want to share. Then we will be. I'll use about 5 minutes. That 5 minutes will take us to 8:35.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear them down there. So we are going to do our title today will be about African indigenous education. It's a topic which is not this rarely taught. And I want to do it today. Pole pole too. So as they enter, let me see. Yes. Yes. So for the class, this is what we have today. I'll be using my can from zero. Sorry. Yeah. Our topic will be African indigenous education. That will be our topic today. The others you can read because they are just normal. I'll give you assignment to go and read them. But now for African indigenous education, I'll begin as we wait for the other class members to come. I'll begin with some of my videos, which
in fact that
the beginning of our lives at this.
Then uko na watu wengi ukarudi. Okay, so a class is more important than a cat. A cat is number small letters kama username kuna kama password. So it means a class is more important than doing a cat. So utafanyaje? Kat umemiss kat ngapi? 2 so far. not issue. The problem with you, you are just there. You are not worried.
Let me look for.
So you are not
Those
worried.
boys are very noisy.
Kati ya Monday hujafanya.
Therefore,
Na me, I was here from early 7. Nilijua nimeka cut from 5. So I came here early knowing that I need to sort out some members. We didn't come. Cut jana imepewa. Watu wamekuja hapa tumewasort up to 5. Wewe ndio unakuja sasa asubuhi. You could have asked where's Odell office. We have first year. We have first year group. We are in that group. Now we keep on posting. Sawa ndio jipange. Mama. Don't have any adoption sasa. Mi sijui. Me I was here on Monday from 7. You didn't come. Jana tulikuwa na issue na system. Tuka postpone cut mpaka 5. You didn't come. So nitaka usaidiwaje. You lack purpose. Endo tafutane na lecture. Ambia mtu next akuje. Yes.
Vipi?
Poa sana.
Nimejaribu kulogin kwa portal yangu lakini inasumbua.
Nasumbuaje?
Change password inatuma sijui.
Acha nione.
Gabi. Connect kwa hiyo wifi.
Magdi, is the video being heard or I'm just hearing alone? Hello, Magdi. Ama members wenye wako huko kwa background. Are you getting the video? Hello, Magdi. Am I muted?
No, we are not getting we are just seeing the pictures without the sound. Huh?
Oh, there are no sounds from the background.
You can try. I don't know what we can do.
Because I can get them directly from my side. So.
Although now I'm engaged as I'm trying to sort out some other students. You can just continue with your class.
So let me explain what is happening there.
Okay.
Because I expected that the video has some sound somehow.
Okay.
So Thank you very much. Class, we are doing African indigenous education today, and I believe I don't know, I am missing my need to show you. The speaker is 100% correct. So I am here. I want to talk about African indigenous education. Let me only, I know MacD is very busy, but let me find out from his side whether I am audible enough. I can be heard by all the students. You can confirm to me, MacD, whether my clients can hear me clearly so that I can proceed with confidence. Hello. Very sorry, I can't because I can't communicate directly with the other side, but I'm still dependent on MacD to explain or to tell me whether you are there and you can hear me clearly so that I will not be teaching myself. Or anybody closer to MacD's laptop can unmute and tell me whether the other side can hear me clearly. I had some student talking. Maybe one can unmute and tell me that, to inform me that you are getting me clearly. Hello?
Daktari, kindly continue.
Hello.
Kindly continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me begin from African indigenous education is the education we have. Remember, in Kenya, we have about 45 tribes, and they are all African. Some are Asians, few of them are Asians, but the majority, about 43 groups, are Africans. And therefore, indigenous, these Africans, are learned population. I want to explain this, that not everybody who has gone to school can be seen to be wise. There are people there at home whom, when you look at their behaviors, their activities, practical activities, they are even more endowed in terms of knowledge than those who went to school, those with PhDs, professors, degree, certificate, diplomas, and the rest. They are prosperous they are prosperous in their way of working, to the point that even the wealth they have is far much ahead of as compared to those who went to school. Their reasoning capacity, when they are there with the other people, the community people, the clansmen and the rest, they are the ones given time to speak. Even when the president is there, you even saw the other day when we were graduating, that we had an elder who was asked to pray, because they are believed to be connected to God. And that's why we requested the Islamic group. During traditional day, the next week, Friday, we will be having the Jamhuri Day. And you will hear an African elder praying for the nation, indicating that this form of education is the same as the Western form of education, which we embrace so much. We are saying it's not bad, but we embrace it more than our education. But when we look at what we do more of the African education than what we learn in class, because we are all struggling here in class to clear 4 years and get a certificate. But what we learn at home is lifelong. It does no certificate. It does no congratulation. It has nothing, but that can be seen in your home, in every other sector where you are playing out your activities. So I'll move today very fast because I'm only dealing with this one and it is quite long. So indigenous African or education combines two words. That is, just to call it traditional education. African indigenous education, the one I've written as AIE, African A, indigenous I, E, education, can only be summarized in two words: traditional education. It can also be defined as a process by which an existing society here is our communities, our tradition, our clans, transmit learned culture. Remember, we have our own culture, knowledge, skills, values from one individual to another. You are there because of your mother, your father, your siblings. The culture you exhibit at Kibabii University is not the culture of Kibabii University. The way you behave, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you respect others is from your own culture. You were taught at home. Remember at the time when you were very young, you were told as a girl to cover yourself. And when you see somebody, that's why when we see somebody who is not fully covered, we feel some kind of shame. Where did we collect the shame from? From the knowledge, the lesson we were given when we were very young, that you don't need to expose yourself as a human being. So there is a way in which boys are supposed to cover themselves, men. There's a way women, girls are supposed to cover themselves. There's a way, the way they are supposed to dress themselves. The knowledge we have, how to reason. You see, in our own families, we learn so many things, how to talk, our own language. We were not taken to school to learn. For example, I'm a Kalenjin, for example. I was not taken to school to learn Kalenjin. I learned by way of my tradition, through my mother, my father, my siblings, or those who are elderly, those who are elderly at that particular time, those who are aged at that particular time, those who took care of me at that particular time. The skills, how to walk, the way you walk. You can see people when they are walking, people walk in different styles. They learn how to walk. I don't know who is calling. Hello? I'm in class, kindly. Okay. So skills and values are the ones we are looking at. So values, what values do you hold? Even hata kusalamia watu. Remember, we were told to look at people directly when you are answering to any gesture or any greetings from somebody, from an elder. But currently, look at what people, they just throw an. You wonder, na unaenda unashika, anakuwekea mkono tu, then you hold the an and you leave it. You don't know whether this person was willing to say hi to you, because a firm an shows that you respect and you wanted to say hi to that person. A firm an. But if it is an an which is given only, you just throw the an like that, then somebody gets hold of the an. It's like a dead hand. Then leaves that hand just that way. And you are looking away. That means you have no interest in that person. It would have been better even not to say hi to that person. So as we look at that, we look at that education came before one got exposed to formal education, because how you learn how to count, you learn how to name, you learn that one at home before you came to school. Because currently, just imagine when your child has counted 1, 2, 3 up to 10, you say, huyu anatakana aende shule. So consider what you were taught by your parents, relative, peers, etc. before you went to school. That's African traditional education. The teaching and learning process in the traditional sense was informal. It did not involve elaborate preparation, similar to that of the school system. So the school system, like the way I'm teaching you right now, currently we have changed. It is not like the way we used to do it, because currently you are in your own home, some are in veranda, some are in their cubes, just like that. But normally, this is how it used to learn. You learn it everywhere, wherever you are, and we are almost getting there using technology. So formal education is structured, the one which we go to, ABB, auditorium B, auditorium C. That's what we call formal education. We learned last week. Then we had non-formal education and informal education. But African system of education is informal in nature. In the modern context, it is offered mainly in schools. The formal education is offered in schools. But African indigenous education teaching took place in the garden. I showed you what that small picture. I was told the sound was not being heard. Grazing grounds. I remember we took care of our gardens, chased small animals like the rabbit, the squirrels, and the rest. Grazing ground, take care of your animals. You are left to take care of the ants family, the pigs, the cows, and the rest. At least everybody has something to take care of. Even dogs and the rest to feed them, even the cat. In the communal places, sometimes far away from home. You could go very far away from home so that you could play with others, because play was very important. Even currently, play is very important. You find yourself not playing, then you have a problem. I say, if you find yourself not involved in any play, you have a problem. You will soon be complaining. You will complain within the shortest time. By age 20, 30 year, you will have a lot of complaints about your health because of the way you mistreated. Because without exercises, it means that you are mistreating your own health. At no given time was there that the way we sit the whole day, we work as if we are almost, if we run, we can break. So you have to do some little bit of some exercise for the muscles to grow strong enough. You have also to cultivate the land for your hand to be hard enough. You don't need to carry very soft hands, because that is very dangerous in case you are supposed to do hard jobs. So in the olden days, the fireplace was specifically used in Africa to pass knowledge, skills, and values. Remember the stories of our own colleagues. I remember, let me give you some of them. If, for example, we are together in a room, young men, let's say age 12, 5, 7 there, and a child releases the bad air and anachafua hewa. We could say, we could ask that person we could ask the person, because you see, releasing air alone you may not know who exactly did that, if it was done in a way where nobody knows. Then if there was nobody volunteering to say, I'm the one who I did that, then we could perform a ceremony as children, young boys and girls. We sang a song which could cast that person, and the person would say, no, it is me. I'm very sorry. So any given time you make a mistake, you are supposed to, let's say if it was a church today, you are supposed to confess that I have done a mistake. I'm very sorry because of this. There were so many plays. There are skills also. Remember when you are going for, you've seen so many older men when they are going for engagement, they have some long sticks. Those are not taught in school. Even in the current dispensation, the current system of education, nobody will tell you to carry that pagora. That is a traditional way of doing things. You learn from there. Today you could look so smart, you think tradition may not be good. It will get to that time. And that's the time you will need that stick. You will know the importance of that stick. And even putting on properly. Values, how to talk. What do you say before children? What children understand, so they have been taught so many things. But there are things which are not supposed to be said before children. For example, the family way. You don't discuss children the family way. And that's why in the past, children who could get the way, if you are unmarried, like the way we do it currently, most of us do it natural and find no sin in it. If you were to get a child, let me use Kiswahili, ungepata mtoto na hujaolewa ama wewe ni msichana, walikuwa naongoje, wanakuficha because it was a forbidden thing. It was abomination to your family. They could just hide you. You could get to some clothes where people would not know. You could not perform other duties, but people would not know. But the day you will be in labor, they just wait for that child to come out of you. And what will happen? They will squeeze that child to death immediately. And they'll hide you for 1-2 weeks until you are okay. You never see that child. The child will be dead. They will bury it without you knowing. And that was the pain of that particular time. Imagine you've carried a child for 9 months. They have killed that child. They have squeezed the neck. Wamemunyonga. Wamemweka ngeta. And the child is gone. And therefore it was very difficult. Also, traditional young men like you, the university, I know all of you are past the age, you are not underage. You could just make a mistake by getting hold of a lady without the permission of that lady. You were to be disciplined by the community members, your age mates. At a particular ceremony, the ceremony will be called, there will be songs of happiness, food there. But when the time comes when people will be singing and it is your opportunity to sing the song, you will be beaten like a child before all women, including your wife, including your sisters, your mother, and everybody, mercilessly to discipline you. So there was no misbehavior. When you were an adult, you were an adult enough. There was nothing. Imagine that particular time, if you were to take a child to a place, let's say a girl, you are taking a girl to school, Pwani University, for example, na huko hapa Bungoma, you did not have to be a relative to take that child, to take that girl to Pwani University. You will go with the girl, mutalala Nairobi, mutatoka, mulale Mombasa, you register that girl, watalala day 1, day 2, then atakuwa amemalisa, you report, you come back, baka nyumbani as a man, and come and report what happened, everything to the family. They are not your relatives, you don't call, but you have been chosen by the society to take care of that child, that girl, to take that care of. But today, just imagine, would you even allow any man to take your girl to the nearest school? Let's say from here to Kabenguria boys, Kabenguria girls, or Nasogal girls, from here. Unasema mmeenda jioni, sijui utalala imekuwa jioni. Are you sure? It's because of the lack of values. Lack of values. You just imagine being a traditional teacher, African traditional man. You are teaching in a school, and you have some kind of envy of a school child. Mtoto ambaye anakuita teacher. It's like you are pastor. You are a pastor, and you are a religious person, and you feel like, you can, please, it is out of your mind that you need to inculcate discipline, just like the way young girls knows kuna kujifunika. Boys would not go without trousers. So your mind should also see everything that way, that it is incorrect to even feel, even when you are at the campus, the whole day, the work of a man, young man, at any particular time, should not come to your mind that I have seen somebody, that comes when there is leisure period, leisure time. That's the only time ambayo unaweza fikiria. So African traditional way of teaching was quite different from ours. There were teachers who gave basic knowledge and skills, and those who were more specialized and resourceful. The parents played a major role in teaching their children. They were supplemented by elders, peers. Peers are those of your age and those who are considered resourceful. What was learned depended on what was available and desirable. And the learning situation was never the same as societies were in their social, economic, and political setting. Remember, we had to socialize. We knew how to socialize. Remember, man, that there was going to auntie's place. I went to my uncle's place. Even when you are getting out of, or when you are going through the initiation, that particular time, leave alone the current parents of today. When you are getting out, you are trained and you are given, maybe if you are an African, you are given a cow. This cow indicated that now you are past the childhood. We will take care of this cow, and the cow will get calves, will grow. Tomorrow you have 2, 3, 4. By the time you get to the 4th cow, you are a man enough to get married, and you can start your family. You already have your own personal wealth. As compared to our current education, where you are initiated and somebody says, you are a man. And your father just leaves you like that. You don't know where to. You even wonder whether you are a man. Where did you go? You are now out. You don't have anywhere to start. There is no plan for you. It is your own brain to understand what to do, whether to work so hard and purchase for yourself. And they say you got education. So the education is in your brain. For them, they used to take care of you. They trained girls. If they were going to get married, they knew men were the way you say men are animals. They knew men were brutal in nature, and they could train them how to cook, what to cook, how to serve, how to be clean, how to serve friends who came to that family, how to serve their parents, how to say hi to the father. Unaona walikuwa wanashika kichwa in some societies. Others, even in Bukusuland, you don't even go closer to your mother-in-law. The other day I was traveling to Kitale via Matatu, public means. So a man, we boarded with a man here at Chwele. We went, by the time we passed Kiminini, we were almost getting to Kitale. A woman came in, and within a very short time, the Matatu was stopped. A man at the back, akakonga gari, akasema simama. So the Tani boy knew what was happening. I only had people laughing so much. So the mother-in-law had boarded the vehicle, and the man could not board the same vehicle with the mother-in-law. So he had to alight to look for another mother. To imagine after traveling for that long, and your mother-in-law is getting into the vehicle, and you come out ndani, you're forced to get out very fast, and nobody knows why you are getting out. And that became. So I realized that traditional values are still there, but I don't know whether they are positive or they are negative. So the culture of a group, e.g. that of a family, the clan, dictates what was supposed to happen. People also took care of the environment. Not the way we cut charcoal everywhere and make everywhere a desert currently. Because you see, plants are for animals. You can't dare cut every other tree for your own survival. Yet you have animals. Just to travel everywhere in this country. Go to the asal regions. Utakundua vijana, young fellows are felling down trees. And yet they have a lot of animals. What do you expect them to eat if you decide to ban them in or convert them to charcoal for money? And that's why we are getting poorer and poorer and poorer, and issues of climate change is coming. So they used to take care of the environment. There were no cutting trees because trees were very important to the society. Sorry. And therefore, trees also were apps. Even when we are here, even myself, I use a lot of apps around this environment. Sometimes I boil them, I take them as tea, or I go to the supermarket, purchase them, the dried one, like the moringa. Those are apps which has been grounded. They are very nutritious and they are medicinal in nature. We have honey and the rest. There's so many things. We have aloe vera around at Kibabii for your own stomach. We even have others for wounds, dandruffs, and the rest. So you don't need to purchase everything so long as you understand your community. So community also adds social values such as respect, love, unity, cooperation. And then there was that gentility. Be a gentleman. Be a gentleman. Understand children. So kama siku hizi unapita hata watoto. You just imagine you are a gentleman. 20 years. Unaona mtoto ako barabara karibu anagonga na pikipiki. But for you, you find that child to look like you. Why don't you become a gentleman and become responsible? Tell them, please, this is not the area to play. Go and play aside. They are not your children, but they are Africans. Learn to be an African. Humility. You want to compete with people who are not of your age, elders. Probably they never went to school. You are a university person. Must you show that where we will soma? What you read is books. But let me tell you, if today you were to go for an engagement, I'm asking you who are seated here today, you want to go for an engagement, and the first thing they will ask you, whichever community you come from, they will ask you, okay, yes, you are here. We are all related as Africans. What is your totem? Then you begin wondering. That is the time you will know that you are a fool, a learned fool, but you have no idea of the totem of your family, because African traditions are defined by their own totem in their societies. You will realize that almost all Africans, even in Kenya, share almost same totems, and they have their own value. They know how to marry them, to put them together, and to know which family is related to which family. Just allow a minute. I get something here. Okay. So you will realize that you have no idea of what is happening there. You must learn from the elders, because from where you sit right now at the age of 20, 21, there 18, you are becoming an elder. You need to understand all these things. How then do you see, we are different. For example, in Luo Nyanza, for example, you can marry sisters. In the other Nilotic, the island Nilotes, you may not, that is an abomination. So you need to understand all these things so that you don't accuse others. We need to coexist. We need to understand our traditions. Leadership skills also matters. You can't learn anywhere. For example, those who are our leaders currently, the student leadership, they did not learn it anywhere. They saw that they had qualities of leadership from their homes, from their churches. They practiced when they were very young. There is no class. They were not taken for any training, but you voted them in. But that is why they grow just like that. In future, they say, we were even leaders like Orengo, for example, who is a governor. He has been there. He was a leader at the University of Nairobi. And he used to strike the way he's still striking today. So he used to cause a lot of commotions. That behavior remains with you for some time, because probably that behavior grew into you, became instilled into you when you are now a grown up. So there was also issue of the roles of society in terms of sex, age, and status. So what was the role for women? Even in other areas, like in our village, there are greetings for children, there are greetings for age mates, there are greetings from elders and for elders. You don't just go and say, "Habari yako, kwani ni mtoto yako." They will wonder, what type of manners do you have? So there are some time you get into them, you greet them, and this is a go-go. For example, as you show, a person who is almost 70 years and you are just 40 years, or even 30 years, and they say, "I'm waiting for you to greet me because your family are superior to our family. Our family came from your family. So I am your daughter." And the person saying, "I am your daughter," is a grandmother. So you are supposed to greet, or your sister, your clan sister. So you greet that sister. You are young, but now you are greeting your sister, who is elderly, twice your age, 60 years, and you are 20. And she is saying, "I want you to say hi to me. I can't say hi to you." Then you begin wondering, who is supposed to say hi here? Those are traditions, you must understand. So they were also very religious. So religion featured on the curriculum and was vital. They used to understand. They have their names, Were, Assis, all those names which were there. And they used to pray a lot. By the way, I remember very well that when there was no rain in our place and women could take milk, could make millet and everything, all types of cereals, and they could sing the all day, they could close the rivers down there. And at the end of the day, even if there was no water anywhere, the skies released some rain. That day, hata kama ni January, there was water drop. God released that water for a very short time to indicate that, please, I am coming. And there is no, you will see some funny clouds and then it rains and then it goes away. Those are very strong beliefs. Leave alone the Christian beliefs today. Yakusema, amen, amen. I love God. I'm saved. And we cannot see you anything. What exactly? That's when you look at it, you could see some miracles being performed by those elders. They could go up the hill, slaughter that animal, pray. Remember, sometimes those of us who understand that God is in threes, remember we only have one God, and God made everybody. So sometimes when you say they never knew how to pray, I will always make contradict you. I will not say you are wrong. That is your own personal belief. Because they knew that there was only one God. And that one God, the story of Jesus and the Spirit, they knew there was the Spirit of God, but they never knew what type of spirit, because we have given so many names. What they never knew was that there was another God, the Son, which is there. So they knew of God and that there were good spirits from God completely. And that's why they knew that there was bad spirit and good spirit. And good spirit came from God, and that there was God. From the beginning, as many years as the age of this world, Africans knew that there was God. And they could tell God anything, and God could believe in them. They could even slaughter. We now believe that Jesus died because we now want to simplify things, so that because we really don't have the issues of slaughtering animals and the rest. Now we believe that that is our belief as Christians, yes? But remember, for them, they had no Christianity. So you don't blame them, because sometimes we may talk so badly that it's like we are so learned. Remember, there was no issue of, you also heard about Jesus, isn't it? So how can you accuse somebody who had never heard about that story of Jesus? Are you saying there was no God? The same Jesus was there, remember, but it had not been given a name in Africa, for example. So they knew that God, and if God is Jesus and Jesus is God and the Holy Spirit is God, the way you talk as Christians and Muslims and the rest, then they knew about Jesus, only that in the unity of God as one God, just like that. And God took care of them. It's just like they believe, and Africans believe. Let me, because majority of us are Christians. We say 80% of the Christians of Kenyans are Christians. They believe that when you die, and that is why they needed very clean people. As an elder, you must clean your way. When you die peacefully. We take care of you so that you don't eat us. You don't come back in your spirit, that spirit, to haunt us. And that's why they say, take care of, apaka waleo, hata kama wewe ni Mkristo, you still take care of your parents with the hope that this parent hata kulaani. Because this parent is not going anywhere when he dies. He's just somewhere there. Don't cheat yourself. Some of us here who went to church the other day, they have no, you have no, what we call what? Let me not put it that. You've not learned much about religion. So you are cheating people in the village that man went directly to heaven. How? Everybody knows that one day, even the African religious groups, those who are not subscribing to Christianity, knows that people, when they die, they will be just around. The only thing they don't know is that for how long are they going to be around and what will happen. So you are now coming up with a new idea that one day Jesus will come and will everybody else will be judged according to his deeds. So where is the distinction between African and tradition and religion? and Christianity. It is because Africans believe that when you die, you go to the one of the dead. That is, your spirit will be there waiting, and we hope you will not come to haunt us. Christians believe you die, and some cheat that they will go to heaven. Yet the Bible tells them one day when Jesus will come, or when God will come, I don't know with the way we want to interpret it. Those who will go fast to see him ni wale wanalala. Nikina nani hao wanalala? It's the same fellows who died long time from Abraham. So why are you telling people that the people have gone to heaven? My dad, my mom went to heaven, was a very good Christian. Now unaambiwa with the same Bible you are carrying that when Jesus will come, those who died kwanza, waliolala kwanza ndio wataamuka, na wale wanaishi watafuata. So nani aliyelala na nani anayeishi? So don't just create lies in a belief. Just to follow the tradition. And when you look at it clearly, the Bible does not run away from African traditional societies. They just have the same belief that one day, so long as you did good, you will be rewarded one day, and that you will live a better life. What they know is that they have a better life. So, history of the group, where the learner was expected to know and appreciate the ancestry of the group, the past fortunes or misfortune among others. And that is why people would say, watu wameenda sana kwa hii familia, we need to chase away the bad demons. And you will go and pray, Mungu tusamee sana, kwa sababu ya makosa ya binadamu, watu wanaenda kutoka familia hii. The African will say, you did wrong in the first place. You mistreated your elders, and now they are hounding you and they are finishing you. And now they will also come and pray to request those one who left ahead and they were mistreated to stop killing those people. And you can now see you are coming to pray to make sure that the spirit do not finish the family as a Christian. For them, they will pray to make sure that those spirits who got annoyed when the spirit of that family members who left and got annoyed are not coming back to own this one. So where is the problem? All of you are trying to solve a problem. And the problem is just the same. Those spirits should not come and own the rest. Leave them to stay. They will. So it is like you are changing. You are appreciating that we made a mistake, or some people made a mistake. Remember what he said, that it will eat up to the fourth generation. So you are struggling to save the first, second, and the third generation. It is still the same thing. Africans believe that it will take, and the Bible also believes that sin can eat up to the fourth generation. So they are just there. So the method of delivery in indigenous education were largely informal. You just learn, just the way you learn here at the campus. Use of oral forms of literature such as storytelling. Yeah, you tell a story of the giants and the girls, and people will learn out of it. Sometimes they sing a song. If you are a bad person, they will always sing a song. Like the way they sing, they say in our country currently we have, our president has so many names like Kasongo, and he has so many proverbs about it, songs about it. You have the song about Kasongo, hey, Kasongo. I don't know those what we call Syrian songs, and it goes the same way. They use the song to ridicule the wrong things. We have the riddles, we have the proverbs, and the proverbs are always used so that children don't get what is there. They say, if you, for example, if you love huko kwetu, ukimchekea mtu ambaye ni kilema, ama kama kuna mtu ambaye anafanya makosa, wanasema, they will always say, that is, a stone will never feel like laughing. And that the meaning of that one, yes, means that you see, umemchekea huyu, itakufikia. Your time is coming. You can uwezi kumchekea kilema ama mtu ambaye hana uwezo ya kuredeem, to save himself or herself. Ama umemwona for kilema, for example, why would you say huyu jamaa anaongea hivyo vibaya sana because he has some kind of maybe disability? So songs were also used. Oral literature gave the learner not only the desired message, but also equipped the individual with communication skill. So all this information was to make you listen, pass information, understand, live a better life. People use also observations and imitation, which were very common. The young, for instance, learn a lot by copying. Remember, they were copying. Even when I was going to school, I was copying my uncle walking style because I used to go through the bush, and I believe that when I was very young, I class 1. So I thought animals feared my uncle, who was the head teacher, and he used to work with his hands behind. So I used to work like that, so that the hyenas and the warthogs and the rest of the monkeys and baboons could not even come closer to me because there were many. I was going through a forest to go to school. So those are some of the things. Yeah, so you look at the adults, your own peers, and that is how you can live harmoniously. We used to stay with our parents, our elderly, go visit your grandfather. And because today you think you are learned, you don't want to visit them. You will find it rough. You don't want to sit in the same table with your dad in the absence of your mom. You will find this world treating you mercilessly because your dad always would want to pass certain messages when you are eating together, when you are working together, when you are discussing, maybe inventing the piece of wires along there. So there are some things he will tell you about the other sex and the other group, maybe about other men, younger men, older men, grandparents, or how they relate with the other sex, how they relate with the women, girls, women of your mother, an elderly grandmom, all those things. So there are those things which you must learn from them. There was also games, competition, like in our place, there were songs of competition. So while they were more popular for young people, the adults also participated in them. They used to participate, especially during the harvest. This issue where you find that people are singing songs in music festival and saying, this dance was sung during a Pamba harvest. Those are things which were purely done the other day. You see, because you are just 20 years and 30 years, you think this thing did not exist. The world is just there. Imekuja tu juzi. Hii dunia ukiishi unafikiri umeishi muda mrefu sana. In 1975, I used to hear of the year 2000. Na sikuamini kuna wakati itafika the year 2000. It looks like an impossibility. In the year 2000, I used to hear about Vision 2030. Hata nyinyi sahi mnajua Vision 2030. It looks like we shall not be there, but it is. By the time you are graduating, you are almost at Vision 2030 of Kenya. Vision 2030 is just 4 years to go. So, and we don't know whether we are there with the vision itself or there is no vision. What vision? Because for all those years, over 30 years, we have been talking about Vision 2030. You should be the people telling us about the Vision 2030 that, hey, was a way to idea. We now have achieved a vision which was initiated by our grandparents. But do you see that vision coming true? Some a bit, but there is nothing. The world is worse than it used to be. So there was also active participation by all members throughout life. This was the case, especially in transmission of skills. For example, if you are singing, remember they used to clap. You clap according to the rhythm, but currently people cannot. If you are singing, like that, and it goes with that rhythm like that, and people could sing. Or you are in Luya land, and then you are singing. What is that? You need to find out what it is. And there is just some of them sing with their beggars, their shoulders shaking. We try so much trying to imitate them, but it's very difficult. But some have very good. They have really practiced the art of shaking their shoulders. They know how to dance very well. We did our dances the other day. We were trying to emulate. We were trying to portray how our traditions work. And today, immediately after singing so well, you forget that we are traditional fellows. Whether we are Christians or not Christians, you must understand how to train. What came here in terms of Christianity and then the formal education is so difficult to understand. And I want you as teachers to make it easier when you go out. For example, when you tell somebody, I'm using trying to balance African indigenous education with Christianity. You tell somebody, unless you are saved, you will go to hell. Now, you see, the question here is, what do you mean? What is the definition of saved? How do you know that this person is saved? Is it by appearing in a pulpit or in a church na kuimba? How do you read? What is the sign of a saved person? Because you need to look at it and you tell us what that sign is. Because it's not a question of just proclaiming. Is it a question of because as I say, if you don't proclaim it, you will go to it. That is the wrong. Because it is unless it is seen through activities, manipulative activities, that man has to change. Even in African tradition, you have to be saved. You have to change your way. You have to look humble leader, a person who can lead, who can take care of your children, you can take care of the community. That is the other side of looking at it. It can be seen in that way so that at the end of it all, you can be seen to have changed your behavior. That is now explaining the meaning. Change your behavior. Don't just use, because when you use words just like that, how then do you expect to survive the people who are just against you? You will always try to accuse them. But you have used wrong vocabulary to try to explain what you want them to do. And you say majority of the people are not Christians. They are not just there. Who are you accusing? Are you the one? Or you are not a very good African? How do you measure the correct African, the ideal African man? What do you look for? You must be able to tell us that he's hardworking, he is caring, and it should be so. Who has he cared for? So you can measure. If you are a man enough, are you caring? Are you hardworking? Are you a leader among your peers? Are you humble before everybody else? Or you want to talk every other nonsense before everybody else so that you are known, that you are the most brave person? The African traditional education will tell you there were many strong men, but where are they today? They are all dead, because you don't play with the world. It will give you, it will train you, it will teach you a lesson. The world will teach you a lesson. And we are saying in African tradition heritage or African traditional education, if you are not hardworking, like most of us, the world will teach you a lesson. Utainama properly. Utainama mpaka watoto wako wainame. And that is why they say, I heard the other day, somebody say, if I was looking at the social media, that if your family was poor, please stay away from poverty, because people will cheat you that money is not very important. And that is totally a lie. Money is not important, as it is as important as our animals used to be important. It is the animal of today. It is the cow of today. It is the sheep of today. It is the end of today. Because you cannot go anywhere without money. So why are you cheating people that money is not everything? Money is the root of all evil when you use it wrongly. You cannot travel to Bungoma without money. You cannot go to an hotel without money. You cannot put on clothes currently without money. Hata unaogopa kwenda kanisa mahali wanasema ati money is the root of all evil. Without sataka, without money, how do you go there? Afadhali uachane naye, and it is still money. Money, people had money even during the time of Jesus, and they said walimuuza na 30 bob, ama ni shilingi tatu, sijui ni shilingi ngapi. So don't lie. Go for the real thing and explain how it works for society. You cannot be in class today without money. Some of you will miss exams, by the way, if you have not paid without money. You cannot call your parents without money. You cannot own a phone without money. So currently, money is a basic need. Completely a basic need. Because it used not to be a basic need, but now it has done to be the basic need. It is adding to the what? To the 4. There are now even many. There are now 5 basic needs. The 3 common ones are housing, that is shelter, that's a basic need. Clothing, because of the culture, the way we were trained how to take care of our bodies, that is clothing. Food, because we need energy. Currently we need, wanasema pesa mfukoni, wanawekanga kama number 4, and pesa mfukoni. But remember, when you are an adult, because now you are 18 and above, I will now introduce the 5th one, that is sex. Sex is a basic need, because you can't get children minus that one. And that is why we formed the family. When you graduate out of this place, you saw recently how people were graduating in pairs. You will, at that particular time, you will be around 24, 25, 26. You will then be expected to engage yourself in the family affair. Now you will be grown up enough to manage the issue, because sex brings up human beings. It is not there to just to go and play. And it has on its vital role in your life, how you live. But we are not saying, since now we are talking about one of the basic needs, you now go and practice. It will again interfere with you, because you are not enough. Ni kama kuchoma mahindi kama ijakoma. Bado iko maji ya kuwa na haijakuwa haijashika kuchoma. So you need to know your time is coming, so that you are not playing with, you are not inverting life. You must follow the tradition. Even ask your elders. They will tell you, they will ask you, young men, young women will ask you, haujapata mzee? Na utasikia, ameolewa na wanafurahi sana. Ameoa na amefurahi sana. Kwa nini wanasema hivyo? They know that they are going to generate people. And they know that generating people is not just ukisha oa. So what else? What follows? You can't generate a person without sex. So you can't create a person without that form. So those are some of the things which you need to understand at this particular level. I'm not running away from. You see, we can teach you and teach you and teach you and not tell you that is the truth. That is a very important cultural activity in society. For procreation and the continuity of society, we don't use the get married to get married and do what? You must get married and make sure that you do the right thing. And when you talk about sex, for example, that is not an activity which should be done from Monday to Friday and every day 24/7. That one you will be sinning against yourself, because it requires energy and waste a lot of your time. So, and you need to be loyal to the people you are taking care of, so that you don't look, even a person mwenye amefuga ng'ombe anajua hii boma inahitaji ndume 2 ama 1 peke yake. Hawezi kuweka 3 na 5. So you cannot be a ndume for everybody in this campus to show that you are the most difficult, or the lady ambaye anaruka fence kuendea mandume za watu zenye iko hata kwa pamba zingine. Ukikimbia tu ni ng'ombe aina gani? So you please be an African, understand your roots, so that you know how to run the society, because soon you will be there. And your children, in terms of as a person, please don't look at those who misbehaved. It is very difficult to go as an African, even my grandfather, because of lack of resources, you may not go beyond 4 children. That is 2, 3. If you try so hard, 4, we don't sell people. They are not cabbages to be sold in the market, that you want 10 of them. So if you get a pastor telling you feel the wall, or a politician telling you feel the wall, Ask them. Even those who, when you waliishi dunia kama Abraham, did not get those number of children you are talking about. Solomon had to marry about 1,000 to get a number of children. So please read the Bible, read everything. Look at African traditional education and understand the intention of the cultures. You will see that the intention of getting married in a Bible is the same intention as that one of the society. And the Bible does not tell you to get 1,000 children or 10 children, children whom you can manage. And when you to say children whom you can manage, it means you must be very disciplined, because you are marrying a person whose behavior and model is measured in 30 days. So within 30 days, there is a change. Within 30 days, there is a change. Within 30 days, and sometimes even 28 days, even others 21 days. Let me tell you today, those who are still very young, others operate under 21 days. So if you do not know what to do as a woman and as a man, and you want to get married, my friend, before you are at 30, you have 7 children. Children, you can get children at the interval of 11 months. 11 months. Let me tell you, 11. I'm not saying 1 year. 11 months. Umepata January, and before December, you have another one. December, uko na ingine. Because they are only 9 months for a person to stay there. So, what then do you do? You must be very disciplined. And there is no way you can go to school and learn. You learn from African traditional heritage. That you don't need to be there 24 hours trying to pamper your partner. That is African traditional education. And when they are there, you don't need to say, now what will happen? I want to run this, my friend. That is why we need to be disciplined. And Askari can go to Somalia for many years, 5 years, and may also engage in 1 or 2 lessons, or may not even for those 5 years. Why do you find yourself every morning, you are training your brain wrongly? That is not an African. Even the white people don't do that. In fact, they will tell you, just to go there, they will tell you. So there is also about businesses, knowledge about how to be rich. Because currently, people are not patient. You see, keeping one cow, the cow gets the calf, the other one. By the time you are finishing 5 to 6 years, you have about 15 cows, or even more than that. Are you able to do that? If you keep hens, for example, cuckoo, and you realize that people who are here are people who are adults. They all have kibande, but they have nothing completely to show that they are adults, apart from that ID card and being at the university. Hauna hata kuku. Hauna, bado unanunuliwa innerwear, the inside cloth na mama yako. That is shame. That's an African. You are shaming us Africans. You must have learned one way or the other one to at least know where to go, hata kama ni njia ngumu, how to purchase your own things. That is African education. I'm talking from the perspective of African education, because education is learning. We are not here to come and learn and get certificates only and go. Who is going to train you there? You must sit with the elders, with the mothers, with the pastors, the old ones, people who talk sense, not the ones who are mad. Because sometimes when you behave, you misbehave as a pastor, and you find yourself like you are holier than even Jesus, you misbehave and misrule the world, misinform the world. You look so holy. Nobody is ever holy before God. So don't practice, don't cheat us. That unapotembea tu, you look extremely holy. And yet, you are thinking, hata ukikaa mwenyewe, you are even cheating yourself. Hata ukikaa mwenyewe, look at the things you are imagining in your brain. Why do you want to come out with the skin of a sheep, and you want to work so that we can see the outer cover, and the way you look, you talk to us as if the whole world has changed. And yet we know that if we look at inside the car, we will see through your activities. Because kwani utaishi mbinguni, we will look at you on the eye and the way you work, and we will really know that wewe ni jambazi wa kujifunika tu ngozi ya kondoo. So be always the right person, not the person mwenye and pretend. No pretend. Africans did not pretend. There was also those who did craft, arts, medicine. There are people who knows how to do that. There was rewards and punishment in African traditional heritage. The importance of roles indigenous education played. That is what the role of African indigenous education was so great. It was relevant to the people's need. What kama hakuna chakula? Just imagine you are African, you are an African. You are poor, for example. Your family, your wife has delivered, or there is a person sick in your place. Did you know that somebody will offer himself na atakupatia chakula for that period which you need mpaka upone bila kukuitisha hata ndururu? That is Africanness. Africanness, taking care of your own brother. Then we also say African indigenous education is functional. It is practical in terms of training. You learn and do it. It's not like the one we are learning here. Mutasikiza, by the time namaliza hapa hivi, I only have 10 people and they'll be gone. They don't want to learn. They only want to get a certificate and they go. You will get back to the society and you realize that you needed to work so hard. You should have listened. It is democratic. Everybody is given the time. You are given, yani it is, you act democratically. The space is for all of us. We work as a community. We work communally. Affordable in terms of cost, because there was no cost. You could not pay anybody unless for drugs. After when you were being treated, it's not like today. You could go to a traditional healer, somebody who had those herbalists themselves. They will treat you properly. Let me tell you, even in our own place, there are people who treat people who have failed to get children, and they will treat them. They are apps, because even the medicine, the kind the ones we use from the shops are all from trees. They will give you those apps. You will still get children even if you had failed totally. Number two, there are tracks there, traditional tracks, apps from the forest. From the SDS knows this one. The apps you were given by God. These apps can be used. You take these apps and it will change the chromosomes and you get a boy if you had girls only. You still get your own, you get your boy. If you had boys only, you still get a girl. They will weaken the other one, they will initiate the other one, the activity will weaken the other one, and then the other one will be very strong. So they know about it. Not that they are learning, leave alone the one yenye mnakuja hapa, and then you waste a lot of time trying to say, huyu ni mbaya, wacha nifukuze, nifanye nini. No, people knows the apps which can balance the chromosomes. And Africans know that one more than the whites. Productive as learners produce in the process of training gain skills. So they are productive in nature. They have a lot of skills. Conducive to learn. Yeah, you can learn it anywhere. You can learn from every other home where you visit your uncle, your what, and there was that kind. You knew people. Can you imagine today? For us, we knew people for up to a distance of over 100 kilometers from our home, and knew everybody else. Today, hata mimi nikiuliza kwa hii 2,500 students in my class, today there are few. About 3/4 do not even know who the teacher is, who their teacher is. The person teaching EDF 1110. They even don't have an idea about who that person is. They have not seen, they even don't know. So long as they have a phone there and they are listening. If you have that kind of behavior, one of these fine days, utaenda ukiuliza Max, kila mtu na watakutukana mbaya sana, because you can't keep on asking for, you ask it, and let's say you are in a school, how do you ask a physics teacher some English marks? That is funny. So it was lifelong, lasted for forever, from the time you were born until you die. So myths about it, kuna wasungu walikuja wakasema, wakatuongelea vibaya sana. When foreigners came to Africa, they assumed Africans were primitive. Sikiliza vile ile lugha wanatutumia. Paka wale, I like the person wanaita Traore. They say we are primitive, we are uncultured, we are barbaric, and without system of education. Is that true? Nimefundisha kutoka wakati ule mpaka saa hii. Does that mean that we do not have any system of education? We did not only go to class like them, but that was their tradition. We are not white, we are black. So we can't. How? Did you want us to have the 4 classes and then you say, this is how we learn? And we learn your tradition instead of our tradition. And that is why today we cannot reason. Tunabaki tu kuinama hata kwa kazi ambaye tungetengeneza sisi wenyewe. We get resources, we don't know how to use it. Because we are using their systems. They claim that African children were left in total ignorance. And by the way, we are now extremely ignorant. The people I see in the education sector, circles, people visiting Kibabii to learn, to be teachers, to be high school teachers, extension, what we call PEE teachers, education for junior schools, primary school, ECD. Wow, you look at them and then you say, God, where did they come from? Do they know that they are in Africa? Or it is until the time they learn about the importance of African indigenous education, that it was very important, and we are Africans, we are black, we need to respect ourselves. So African indigenous education, according to Westerners, there is one here who talked about it in a very difficult way. So according to them, education was schooling, that is going to school, like the way you go to those ABB 110, ABB 315, those ones. So colonialists distorted and negated anything African, especially if it did not serve their interest. Remember, it was about their interest up to this day. So modern educated Africans look down upon African indigenous education, cultural heritage, and their language. Imagine hata lugha yako tu, peke yako kusema habari yako chamke bwana. And then somebody says my language of chamke is just a bad one. How different is chamke from good morning? That is barbaric. That is the, and how do I believe in it that my chamke is different from good morning? I don't think that should be even, that should be assumed. The worst one is this person called Becker of 1913. He says the children of Rhodesia, the Karen Angola. In his book London by Kelly, page 20, he says that the children of the children of this land, Africa, the land of Africa, because it was a continent, are non-entities. Imagine somebody calling you an entity. Nothing at all. They say nothing is done to them. They feed. And we eat. We knew how to look for those crops. They feed. They sit about and they sleep. In this manner, they grow until time comes for them to do something themselves. They have no nurseries, no tea parties. That was their problem. No birthdays and no instruction from their parents. We were being instructed by our parents every day. They are there, and that is all. Their lives are one big nothing. Just imagine how somebody can describe you. Our lives as Africans is one big nothing. Well, let me not say, because if I was to say badly, I wish he was alive, because he's not there. He passed on a long time ago. That was a person who wrote this book in 1913, and he was called Becker. This view does not recognize African indigenous education, as it equates education to Western lifestyle, which is not right. Unakaa mtu anakufundisha kama sahi for 4 hours. Na unakaa tu umenyamaza. African education haina kitu kama hii. It is a discussion. One on one, tuna discuss. Lakini sasa angalia hii, mimi naongea tu peke yangu, hata sijui mko wapi. Education is in fact a lifelong process from the time you are born until the time you die, through which an individual is socialized into the ways of his society. So education, therefore, is the preparation of individuals for life in society. Each society has a culture which is transmitted from one generation to the next generation. So indigenous education existed in African societies prior to the coming of this white man. So ni waongo. Lakini kuna wale wachache walitupenda, like kama hii ya UPE, page 88, anaitwa Westman 1933. He says, education is not something that African received for the first time. Huyu alijua tulikuwa educated. Well, you can see, kuna wale walituonea na kuna wengine tu walikuwa alitupenda sana. He says that the African is not uneducated, that African is educated. Many African men and women who have never been to school or in contact with Europeans still show such dignified and tactful behavior and reveal so much refinement in what they say and do what they deserve to be called educated. Angalia kwenyu, kuna mtu hajawahi enda shule lakini ako na gari yake, ako na duka yake, ako na shamba yake, ako na ng'ombe na alimalizia class 2. Ama hata hakukanyanga kwa hiyo shule na anaongea. I have one mwenye ako huko kwetu na ako na buildings zake zote, watoto wake wote wamesoma, yeye hajakanyanga, na hata siku hizi anakupata tu anamwambia we good morning Kenei, na hata hajakanyanga shule, anasikia vile watu wamesema good morning, how are you? Just like that, you learn, you copy from others. But he's an African who has never gone to school. But he has understood the language because the language spoken every day, you learn like the way you learned your mother tongue. So this school of European scholars acknowledge the existence of indigenous education. Yet, that school did not acknowledge that. That is why they were complaining. So indigenous education can be seen as cultural action. That is the process. It is culturally in action. That it has a process. It is a process in itself. Education takes place within a particular cultural setup. Fireplace, forum ya wasee, hata wakati mnacheza achua. That is where education, you learn a lot. They tell you so many things. You are sick, they will treat you. They know what to do. You want to kill an animal, they know. You want to fight with a friend, you will practice it. So you learn. You don't need to get a bullet there. It is culturally determined in terms of aims, why, content, what, and method, how. How is it done? So, and on ILS1, it is a process of becoming a member of a particular society. One acquires social values. Social values, imagine values, kuwa tu mtu mzuri, mwenye kukea, kuchunga. Mpaka hata watu wanasema, huyo kijana, huyo msichana, huyo kabisa akienda kwako, akienda kwenyu, ama akikuwa member ya huko kwenyu, huyo mtakuwa mmepona. Because of the social values. Yaani vile huyo mtu anakaa, anajibeba, heshima zake, skills. The way anajua kuhandle, he knows. It takes anajua kuvumilia. He knows how to handle. He weaves the whole shamba. He plants his crops on time. He keeps his animal. He takes care of them. He feeds them very well. They look very healthy. It feeds his family so well. His house has been modeled. It looks so nice. That's a person. Leave alone the kind of wakona haraka. They want to hunt from anywhere, from nowhere. They have attitude that life is good tomorrow, even if we don't have anything today. So they are optimistic. One learns to acknowledge skills and ethics of the society. Process of cultural internalization to become an accepted member of the society. Those are some of the of what we that is the African culture. Child rearing, you know how to take care. I explained this one, that please learn how to take care of children. Children requires your care up to the age of 18 and even up to 20. Please do not take advantage of a child. I'm asking you again, never take an advantage of a child, especially if you are a trained teacher. They may look good, they may look big, they may look the way they look at it, so long as it is called a child, iko na sumu yake, please itakuhonda. Because one, I'm saying, take care of a child, because you will have children and others will take care of your children. You might not live long to see the world until they grow. Who will take care of your children? Yenye unatenda unachitendea. So take care of a child so that others will take care of your children. Take care of a child. I don't want to explain. I will not explain that because some of you, that's why I was saying, munatembea tu paka campus na munakuta hata wengine yuko, and you can see they are in danger. Take care, even if they are not yours. You are a teacher. You will teach children across the world and the whole world. And all those children, that is why hata wewe unasema tu teacher. mwalimu, teacher, I want this, teacher, I want this. You look like a small god to them. You are that person respected by that child. Hata kama hata kurespect. But in most cases, hata kutegemea. Even more than anategemea Jesus. Because wewe imani zenye tuko naye na kazi yenye unafanya itampeleka. Even if you wanted them to be Christians, it is the way you behave. It is the way you handle them. It is the way you bring them up. It is the way you model them that they will be people. Haijalishi, so long as they are 18 years and below. Hata kama ni warefu kunishinda and they are below 18 years, those are children. They want to practice adult behavior. Tell them, weka break kidogo, karibu unafika, familia kidogo. But don't take an advantage. You will go to schools. Don't take an advantage. Even if the opportunity comes, yenye unaona hata mtu akuoni, Mungu anakuona. Don't take advantage of a child. In life, that's the first thing I want to give you. So don't try. Because you only have a very short time, and the next person who want to take care of a child is you, and you want the whole community to respect your child. And even when you are not around, they take care of that child. Even when they see your child almost dropping into the ocean or fire, they will run and save that child. The way you take care of their children today is the way they are going to take care of your children tomorrow. I am giving you that one. Take care of a child until the day you don't exist in this world. The only thing you think, that is something, a new thing God has created. And that is why even Christians call them Malaika. Yes, Malaika, because they do not know what they are doing as they grow. They are modeled, they are taught language, they are taught culture, they are taught culture. They behave, they change, they make mistakes until they are 18 years. You know, they still go, look at the way others are still making mistakes here at campus. But at they are 20, they find themselves without food, na walipatiwa pesa ya kutosha. I am saying, look at them. They are 19, wako na kipande. They were given enough money for the whole semester. They have misused it. They are now crying at wanainama. And yet, walipatiwa ya kutosha. Wachana na wenye hawana na wale wenye walikuwa naye. Hata kanisa walichanga, wakampatia. They are still making mistakes after 20 years. Take care of a child so that you don't create the greatest sin and you go and sing somewhere in a church claiming that you are one of, or you try to talk, you look so good, you are never good. Kama roho ni ya watoto, you are not good. Hata ufaye namna gani, hata uweke suit namna gani. Inside is evil in nature. Informal education, individuals learn directly from the environment through their own abilities or initiatives. Sorry. So, learning may also be accidental. You may learn something without knowing. For example, you realize that you keep on singing and you find yourself that, umekuwa muimbaji vizuri sana. You keep on reading or trying to learn. Like, I've been learning how to use this thing called AI. And I've realized that I'm almost addicted. I'm learning so many things. I've even learned different things about it, but I'm not learning the same way you are learning so that you can misuse it, or you want to look at so many other things, steal exams and the rest. No, I want to see how they function. Machine learning, how do they work? I want to be like MacD and see what happens there. So I keep on learning every day, and you learn on your own. The society teaches you. So you ask others who are in that line to assist you, and one day people may think even you are part and parcel of them. Even if you are not part and parcel of them, you have some ideas. You can talk about A, B, C, D. Keep on learning. And then formal education, children undergo formal instruction in various institutions for a long time. But anyway, in that formal education, there is that one of initiation, like the Kalenjin, the Maasai, and the rest, where you are taken to a certain place, ongeleshwa, munakuwa wanaume, mukitoka, wanakuja, wanasema, you are there now, you are a man. And they say you are a man. If they don't follow what I said last time, how are you prepared by your parents to be a man? If the society is only going to prepare you in the forest, and when you are out, The parents are not. And you are the parent, by the way, in future. I am telling you today, go and correct what is there today. Prepare that boy of yours or that girl of yours to be a real woman to take care of the family, to be a real man to take care of the family. Just to take care of the society. Be prepared so that they don't come trying to learn from everybody else. Show them the way, because you are an adult at that particular time. So Morans learn how to care for cattle, to identify and treat cattle diseases and the rest. Those are Maasai's. So aims of indigenous education, I don't want to go through that, because one is cognitive dimension. Ilikuwa inakufanya ufikirie sana, how to learn, how to use your brain. For example, I want to say, use your brain as teachers. From today, you are 4 years, you are almost done with 1 year. So you have about 3 years to be here. By the time you leave this place, by the time you leave Kibabii, using African indigenous education of persevering and trying to model something to grow for 4 years, up to 5 years, don't leave this place the way you are. Number 2, learn to look for resources, like an African traditional man or woman, how they cared for one animal or one hen until they became 10 or 20. Learn to save, not to utilize. Learn to get something and learn how to balance. Learn to spend. What do you spend? What do you save? So that one day you don't come from a poor family and you become a poor man. Learn also to understand that things like drinking, kukunywa yes, haikuwa shida. But my friend, kukunywa ilikuwa ni jioni baada ya kazi zote. Somebody would take 1 cup, one bottle. Naka, if you want to take it. Smoking was not there. It could go na tobacco, but it was taken to take care of it and all the rest. But now, this issue where you want to compete as if you are the factory itself, you are the store of the factory. You want to be seen loitering around, moving down there, so at the nililewa jana mbaya sana. What type of an announcement? That is a fool completely. Nililewa jana sana. How? People, no African man would dare say that, because it was taken in kwa starehe, kwa nyumba, na watu wakapiga story wakalala. Wakiamka kesho, they were so sober. So there was no time wanaweza kusema nililewa jana sana. How? By the time you pronounce that, you are already dead in terms of African traditional education. You are not our African. You are not following our customs. You have deviated from the normal, and you are an abomination to our society, because no man can ever pronounce nililewa jana sana chagari. That is a fool in nature, in the making, because that is not progress in society. That is not progress. So ukipata mtu kama hiyo, mueleze tu. Mimi najua kuna wengi, but you are still young. Hawa ni chinga kamili. Na kama kuna mchinga ni huyo basi. They learn how to do, they were very creative. How do you learn how to? Because the land is there, God gave us the land. How do you come from a place, for example, recently I went to our brother's place, Uganda, the other side of Jeptais and the mountains there. You really find so many people from Jeptais here claiming that, oh, we are so poor, we don't have. Yet when you go to that place, the land is so fertile that it can produce everything. It shows that you are not creative. Your mind is not functional. You did not learn from the society. You did not even want to learn alone, because you can get so much resources from that land. And therefore, to be poor there is just your own making. You see, kuna kitu ambayo unataka kujitakia. Ni kitu ya kujitakia mwenyewe. So that unakuja. Now you are 18 years, uko na energy ya kutosha. Do you want us to tell you that we get money from shambas and we live animals, we get resources from those lands? And there is enough rain, there is enough space? No, you are choking. To become, that is the moral. That's why I was saying you must be morally upright. All the time when you go, don't go when you feel your brain is immoral, thinking immorally, kindly pray, even request to God or run away from that, because that is, it is only when the situation, the ideal situation of discussion between groups or between two individuals, that now you need to stay in a certain behavior, like a family. But now when you are so immoral, you want to steal, imagine a teacher is charging a phone in that class, and you are thinking of stealing the charger, thinking of stealing that phone. Ati your phone is dead, unataka kuiba ya mtu, and you are a teacher. Surely, hata shetani atoke kutoka kwako. Or I will pray that you don't get a job forever, because we're the mwizi kabisa. Because how can a teacher touch haende na kitu ya mtu, hata kama anahangaika namna gani, si aombe? So that is the worst thing. And if I was to pray as an elder, I would say, you don't get a job forever, even if it is your own mistake, because I've taught you today that we learn the African way. We have to be morally upright. We are not thieves. We are not abusers of systems. We are upright people. We are normal people, and we want to live a decent life. Even if the world is against us, we will try as much as possible to work so hard to live decently with what we have. So specifically, the aim of African indigenous education was to conserve and transmit knowledge from one generation to the next generation. That is accumulated knowledge, customs, laws, language, values of society. They take care of environment. They inculcate a sense of collectiveness. Sisi kwa pamoja kama familia ya kina fulani. Mumeona familia yenu wanapokaa Krismasi na kuongea. Sisi kama family wa XYZ, please inculcate that one in your family, because you cannot be rich alone without others. Kuna watu ambayo wanasema mimi sijali mtu, bora Mungu ananichunga. My friend, there is nowhere God said you will be alone. He left this world giving you all the powers to take care of every nature, from trees to animals to human beings. So wakati unasema haujali, what do you mean? Are you saying God did not know the reason why He gave you this world to run? So don't cheat yourself. I'm always saying, be learned, understand, because your work is to take care of human beings, starting from yourself, your children, from your children, their mother or their father, to your grandparents, your parents, your grandparents, outside there, your uncles, your aunties, and the world goes like that. The church is waiting for you, the animals are waiting for you, everything. How they are saying, I don't mind how people say, because you are doing something wrong. That is why you are, or they are talking about you because you are successful. Do it better if you are successful. Stop doing it if you are wrong. But don't say, mimi sijali. That is wrong, because lazima utajali. Because the population just within you is within the powers given to you by God to take care of them, or by the African culture. Ours is communality. We really don't have any, we are not individualistic kama wazungu. No, and that's not our culture. And that's not what God wants us to do as Africans. So the content of African indigenous education, the content was tailored to meet the aims that is largely influenced by social-economic, socialization, and economic status. That's why to be poor in an African society is like being incapacitated. It's like being a person who is sick, supposed to be assisted by the society. You can't stay without resources. So if you find yourself being poor in the Middle East of an African community, then there is something wrong. And if you don't want to work so hard and you want to remain poor, yeah, there are poor people. We don't say there are no poor people in Africa. But you still, within the same mother, you will find your brother or your sister being very rich. Even if you cry, you say they don't want to assist you. How can they assist you, yet you chose to be poor? So if the choice is to be poor, we can't come for you, because it is your personal choice. You do not want to work hard. You don't want to feel pain. You don't want to use your brain that God gave you the brain. You don't want to think critically. And hautaki kuvumilia to grow your wealth. You want us to give you our wealth. We will not give you. Though we are communal in nature, we will only support you and support your children when we find that they have a problem because their parent has a problem. So we look at the culture, material culture, non-material culture. Those are some of the things. We have technology, not that we do not have the technology. We have also the spirit of communalism. We used to live in a communal way. That's why I've been talking about that. The age of the individual. Understand when you are a child, you are a child. You are an infant, you are an infant. That's why nilikuwa nasema, you are an adult, know the roles of an adult. Completely no. You are an elder kama mimi. Miaka 60 na kitu. Fanya kazi ya wasee. Wacha kufanya kazi ya watoto ama ya wanaume. Run away from such things. Be a person who is religious in nature. Do religious issues. Do judgmental issues. Save problems from the society. Physical environment, take care of your environment, the shamba where you live, and hata kwa shule, make sure that the place you live is taken care so that you live there for a long time. We also add the concept of the ideal man, the ideal African man and the ideal African woman. Yani, tulikuwa na mtu ambaye tunaita ideal African man. I'm asking you, are you a real man? I used to have a program when I was a teacher trainer called Real Man. The real African man, the real African woman. Each society has a set of qualities in which an ideal man or woman should possess. One, you must be brave. Unachapwaje ovyo ovyo? Unanyang'anywaje mpaka shamba ovyo ovyo? Yani unapelekwaje tu na kila mtu ovyo ovyo? You must be brave to take care of your society. You must also be 100% honest. Be very honest. I believe I'm very honest. Even when I make a mistake, I'll be honest enough to say, hiyo nilikosea. Very honest. Be very honest. And work so hard. Because you must work so hard. The body ambayo you possess, legs, kichwa, mkono, nini, all these things were used for work. They are only used to do manual work. And the brain there is to generate the knowledge for the body to work. And even for the values to be practiced. The brain is there, the heart is there, but the arms and the legs and the body, the muscles are there to work for you so hard for a very long time, up to 16 hours a day. So if you don't want to work that way, then look for, you are not an ideal African woman, you are not an ideal African man. Sex of the learner taught different knowledge, skills, values according to the expected roles. Women did their work, men did their work, and that is how, even if there was, let's say, we used to have polygamous families, like the way you can still see. But even in the polygamous family, we used to take care of all of them. 1 wife, 2 women, 3, 4, 5. But we managed, our parents managed, because every woman was there as a resource to produce wealth, not to produce children. You don't marry 10 women to produce children. 1, 2 children are enough. It was for resource development. So which woman would come for her to be valid there, anapata watoto wawili watatu, hiyo ishakusha. Unasikia hata mwingine alipata wasichana, huyu alipata wavulana watatu akawachana naye. You realize hata mwingine yako na moja peke yake. They did not have, that is why very few of them had many children. But somebody could have up to 5 women, but the children are less than 10. Or they are about 15, because everyone would work so hard under the leadership of the role of that African man. So methods of instruction was participation, observation, and all those things. There were so many philosophies. I don't want to go through this. I think I'm done. There were also weaknesses of African traditional indigenous education. The first one was that it was restricted to the tribe. Number 2, it emphasizes practical education so much so much beyond the intellectual. Walikuwa naangalia tu nani anatumia brain, because they never developed the brain so much. It was conservative in nature. Kama ni Waluya ni Waluya. Kama sasa ukiangalia Wabukusu vile wanaishi, unaona wako na tabia zao. Ukiangalia Maragoli wako na tabia yao, ukiangalia Wanandi wako na tabia yao, Wakeyo kama kwa Kale wako na tabia zao tofauti, Wakisii wako na tabia zao. Kila mtu Turkana iko na tabia zao, and the way they sing and the way they run their tradition. So they used to have this kind. So I don't want to go a relevance of indigenous education. It was relevant because it was lifelong. It was meaningful and purposeful at that particular. So it used to produce the real thing. It provided skills, socialization, moral values up to this day. It serves. It is service oriented because we serve the people, and that is it. So to finish, I am giving you this topic number 4 and number 5, because they are the same. Education and society, social institution. There is this family. To start with the family, go and study the different types of families which are there, because our time is not there. I'll give you, study the family, different types of families, the role of the family, and everything else. Study the religion. Remember, religion wamejenga shule, kuna religious knowledge, kuna sponsor students, yani there are so many things, kuna faith about the individuals and the rest. Then government, the role of government is to build schools for teachers and all those things, to train teachers, to post, to look, to train managers and everything. Then mass media, that is where we get information about the performance of all this. I want you to go and look at that. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Go and discuss that completely. And finally, another one which we are going to discuss before next week is the school as a socializing agent. When you go to school, how do you socialize in that school? So when I want to go very fast so that you look at what is there. Types of families, you look at that. The functions of the family, look at that. I've talked about it, so most of it nimesema. Another thing I want you to look at is the educative functions of the family. What do they do? They pay fees, all those ones, and clothes. And then the next thing I want you to look at is the liberal approach to life about the family. That is another one. Creating a child-friendly environment. This is the school now. Umefika now, umetoka kwa family, umepeleka watoto kwa shule. Educators are operating in a rapidly changing environment and changing demands for the society. I want you to look at that, and I probably will look at it kidogo. You look at religion, the role of religion, angalia hiyo, Islamic, Christianity, all those ones. Contribution of religion to education, social and social morals, shortcomings of religion, there are a number of them. Government, look at the government, the role of government, functions, what provision of education, pre-primary education, secondary, development of national character. You learn others, financing education, development of curriculum, ICD, the government reforms in education. Look at it from 1963, I'll ask that all the way to 1988. This kind of education nyinyi mmepitia huko. Haya, secondary, primary, hii ni vitu ambaye mnajua tu. Maybe you look at the names. Then the last one which I want you to look at it is this one. The school as a socializing agent. What is socialization? And I've talked about this one, interaction, the process by which a person learns the way of his or her society or group so that he or she is able to live fully and function in it as a responsible adult. Now, how then does the school socializes you? There are so many things, time-oriented, you learn will either be primary, secondary, lifelong, all those things, the role of society. Then next week, I'll only come and start at this point. There is a place, education for citizenship. Hiyo ndio nitafanya next week for 1 hour. Again, next week, tutafanya cut. Nitafanya kutoka saa 2 mpaka saa 3:30, and cut will be there between saa 4 and saa 5. I'm repeating, I will do education for citizenship next week, and then we will do the cut. I've given you all these notes. The cut will run from 10 to 11. That is part of my time. So I don't know where we will be. I don't know. We will discuss with McD. Then he will tell me whether the server will accommodate, will allow, or will be so weak that we need to move to another time. But that is the correct time. That's my time. And after the cut, after next week, the others, I'll give you assignment. The rest, the remaining topics will be your own to go through them over Christmas holiday. That is education and development. I'll pass through them next week. Kidogo too. I'll go through them very fast. And after that, we have Vision 2030, the ECD. ECD has changed so much. We really don't have so much work there. So I don't want to go beyond that. So chapter 8 will be early childhood ECD. ECD currently is under the county government. That one, we don't need to ask a question. You understand that one. Kuna watu wa ECD wanasoma hiyo. Then Vision 2030, I'll talk about it later on. I'll give you notes. I gave you this note, and that is the end of that topic. So next week we'll have our last lesson. After that, we will get to you read the rest of the notes under discussion. I gave you so many questions. You discuss these notes, then you do the cut. That's about 60 questions. Each mark will be a half, and therefore it will be an online thing. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. So I'm done. Thank you. I don't know whether they are still there or they left a long time ago. I'm leaving McD. Nimemaliza.
Daktari, you can continue. You are muted.
Thank you. I don't know. I was just trying to follow up if these guys are on, have joined via YouTube. Have you confirmed, Magdi? Magdi? Hello? Hello, McDonald.
Yes, Daktari.
I was just trying to confirm, but I've seen that they have joined.
Yes.
Thank you. I have confirmed that they are joining.
Yes.
So let me just proceed.
All right.
From my end. Okay, good morning, class. Good morning and welcome to our class today. A continuation of where we left last week. In our previous lesson, we were able to look at African nationalism. Yes, the factors that led to African nationalism. Later on, we were able to look at state failure in Africa. In so doing, we were able to see the interacting factors that have led even up to date the failure of most of African countries. And we were able to cite a specific example of Somalia as a case study. So it's important to note, of course, the definition. When you conceptualize the definitions of such key terms, like for example, when you talk about a failed state, what are you talking about? What are the factors behind failed states? And what are the characteristics of failed states? A very good case study was Somalia. And we said that the major problem affecting Somalia is clanism, even up to date. Today, we are switching gears to look at globalization. We intend by the end of this lesson today to have covered two very, very important topics today. And it's important to also mention here that next week we shall be doing our last two topics. So today we are doing globalization in Africa, and we shall also be looking at the Millennium Development Goals as our third last topic. Next week, we shall be looking at Vision 2030 and devolution system in Kenya. So it's important that we remain focused on this topic. Remember that in our previous topics, we were able to look at the pre-colonial Africa. Then we walked through during the colonial period, that is European colonization of Africa. We have looked at nationalism. Later on, African countries attained independence and failed to learn from nationalism. And that is why we have state failure. So today, as we switch gears to look at matters globally, we are going to look at globalization as one of the key factors, or of course, some scholars have put it that indeed globalization remains to be, of course, a double-edged sword that cuts on both ends. Yes, it is, and others have said that indeed globalization is a blessing in disguise. Maybe by the end of this particular lesson today, you'll be able, one, to of course conceptualize and define the term globalization in regard to Africa and to the global world. We shall be looking at the core dimension and different forms and how it is experienced in Africa. We shall be looking at, of course, the advantages of globalization and the disadvantages of globalization in regard to Africa. So just to begin with, let us conceptualize and define the term globalization in this context, that globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries. Those are very important terms that we are using to describe the term globalization. Increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries. That more often today we are on an upward trajectory when it comes to connectedness. People today are often connected and interconnected to each other compared to the previous years. And that is why we are putting it as increasing interconnectedness. This means that it is on an upward mobility in terms of connections. And then the second term that helps us understand the term globalization is interdependence. And this means that no single country is an island. Countries depend on each other for survival. And for that matter, then we have what we call interdependentness. This is made possible through flows of trade, investment, people moving from one country to another, people sharing ideas, maybe via even WhatsApp, email, Telegram, on matters technology and even culture. Yes, we have, for example, adopted international cultures while we are here in Kibabii. In those remote areas today, you find some adopted cultures being practiced, some international cultures being practiced in those remote areas. And some people will be asking, why this? What has brought all this? It is because of the removal of boundaries. Today, you are able to get to understand and to follow up the trending news in America, in Europe, in the Far East, by just a click of the button, and not just by even clicking. Nowadays, you just touch. And at times you don't touch, you talk, and then the gadget picks up the voice, translates, and gives you the information. So the removal of barriers that existed before is what brings about globalization. The journey, for example, that used to take months, many days, for example, from here in Kenya to, of course, America, it will take a whole month. You take a whole month traveling to America or to Europe from Africa. Today, because of the removal of barriers, for example, the use of aeroplanes have eased. And today, comfortably, you can take your breakfast in Africa, lunch in America, and it is also possible to have your supper in Europe by or via aeroplane. So this is what we are referring to as interconnectedness. Yes, today you can do shopping in Dubai while seated at the comfort of your home. You are able to transact, to do business, online business. Yes, because the barriers have been removed and people are connected. At times, when we talk of globalization, some people have referred to it as they, for example, have said that globalization have made the entire world to look like a local market. Yes, you know that local market at home, just flash back and look at that very small market whereby you arrive there and you are able to see every shop. Yes, and you're able to buy everything with that within that particular locality. That is how globalization has opened up the world, and today you can travel to different places while seated in your house. You are able to follow up the trending news, some activities that are happening elsewhere. Just see what we are even experiencing in this class today. As I'm teaching comfortably in Kibabii University in my office, you are able to hear me from where you are. Yes, some of you are traveling, some of us are even preparing lunch, others are seriously seated maybe in the library. Yes, different places, but see the kind of connections that we are having. We are able to conduct a class because of globalization. This is made possible because of globalization, the removal of barriers and so on. So what are the core dimensions of globalization? One is what we refer to as economic globalization. So we are talking about different forms or dimensions. So number one is we are looking at economic globalization. So in this, we talk in terms of how globalization has eased, for example, trade, foreign direct investment, global markets, global supply chains. So today you can take part on the global supply chains. You can, of course, do online shopping, do some purchases at wholesale in Dubai. And this is economic globalization. We have what we call political globalization, where, for example, we can mention matters to do with international institutions like United Nations, World Trade Organization, yes, International Monetary Fund. We can talk of the AU, African Union. This is made possible because entirely Africa, we are governed under the African Union. Internationally, globally, we have that world organization known as the United Nations or the UN that governs the entire world. Cultural globalization, and this one is in form of the spread of global cultures, media, languages, and ideologies. Technological globalization in matters ICT, internet, mobile connectivity, digital economies. That is why you find young men. Nowadays, you can hardly find a young man or a young woman without a mobile. And this is a form of a technological kind of globalization. You have to own a gadget, access the internet, browse the internet, okay? Then environmental globalization, this is where global climate issues, shared ecosystems, global environmental agreements. So that is why we talk when we talk about a shared ecosystems, we can talk of Africa as a continent. So all of us, we are sharing Africa as a continent. Perhaps we can even narrow down and look at West Africa, North Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, and even South Africa. Ecologically, we are connected. So let's move on and look at historical context of globalization in Africa. Did it have some earlier, of course, connections? And we want to look at the pre-colonial era. How were people connected? And we are saying that in the pre-colonial period, long-distance trade networks. Yes, you talk of the Indian Ocean trade and the trans-Saharan trade in West Africa and Indian Ocean trade in the coast. What happened was that we had earlier contacts, and people like, for example, Akamba got involved in the long-distance trade, opening up the interior for the Arabs and the Persian access. Africa also integrated into global systems through commerce and gold. For example, the historians on this wall today in this class, they know that we had earlier contacts between, for example, Kenya and Persia, India, China, and through this, Kenyans were able to export.
Doctor, we lost. Dr. Mas, we lost your voice. Karibu. Amekuwa tu ni kama ametoka. Ametoka.
I'm sorry, but I'm back. I lost my network. You can hear me now. Thank you. So we can proceed, class. I'm really sorry for that disconnection, but here I am. We can proceed. So we are saying that during the colonial era, there was now the intensified Africa's integration into the global capitalist economy, where, of course, we had exchanges in terms of Africa exporting the raw materials to the European industries. After colonization in the post-colonial era, there was newly independent states which sought global partnerships for development. And these independent states, what happened is that because they were now building up and healing up from colonialism, we had such programs like the structural adjustment programs, usually abbreviated as SAPs, of the 18 and 1980s, which deepened economic globalization. So liberalization policies opened African economies to global markets. And when you talk about liberalization, this is where we have the allowance of what we call free market. And therefore, countries in Africa were able to freely interact through trade. There are what we call theoretical perspectives on globalization in Africa. Different theories hold different perspectives in regard to globalization in Africa. We want to look at these different theories. And to start with, I want us to look at what we call modernization theory. So modernization theory looks at globalization in terms of promoting development by transferring technology, investment, and modern values. So Africa should integrate more to benefit from global economic opportunities. That is how the modernization theory views globalization. That for Africans to benefit from the global market or economic opportunities, then it should be able to integrate, okay? And this integration is what we are referring to as globalization. The dependence theory, these theorists view globalization as one which perpetuates economic dependence under development and exploitation. So according to the dependence theory, Africa remains a supplier of raw materials and consumer of finished products, which is also true even up to today. Most of the African countries do export raw materials and import the finished products. So this kind of existence brings about what we call, according to the dependence theory, it brings about economic dependence, that the developing country therefore depends on the developed countries for supply of finished products. There is also what we call the world systems theory. According to this theory, Africa is positioned in the periphery of the world system, and benefits from globalization accrue mainly to core industrial nations. So according to this theory, Africa has not benefited as a result of globalization. Why? Because globalization can only benefit those countries that are at the center, not like Africa, which is found in the periphery. Then we have what we call neoliberalism. According to this theory, markets should be liberalized for efficiency. So they looked at globalization. They argue that markets should be liberalized for efficiency. That they should be markets should allow free flow of trade. So SAPs, or what you call the structural adjustment programs and free market policies shaped Africa's engagement with globalization. Then we have what we call African-centered perspectives, emphasizes on sovereignty, cultural identity, and reshaping globalization to suit African priorities. So key drivers of globalization in Africa, what drives globalization in Africa? We have what we call technology and ICT. So technology and ICT is one particular key driver of globalization in Africa. And this include, when you talk about technology and ICT, it includes rapid expansion of mobile phones and internet. That is why he said you can hardly find somebody on campus without a phone. And this one is an exhibit, an indicator that people are technologically connected. Then growth of digital economies, Kenya's, for example, Kenya's M-Pesa revolution is a very good example of form of globalization, whereby we are able now today to transact our activities across the world. What form of integration is that? So today also under technology and ICT, there is increased access to information and global markets. As I said earlier, that you are able today to access any kind of information that you want. As long as you are connected to the internet, you can be able to get the trending news in Tanzania here, within Kenya, East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, the Far East, the Middle East, and even in America. So you are able today to get instant information by just the touch of a button. Yes, another key driver is what we call international trade, whereby countries today participate in global trade organizations. That is why we have, for example, one agency of the United Nations known as the World Trade Organization. So people do engage with this particular organization, or the countries do engage with this organization. And that is one form or key driver of globalization. Then removal of trade barriers under the structural adjustment programs. So such as such, the removal of barriers allow flow of trade. Then another driver or aspect of globalization is the foreign direct investment, the one we call the FDI. Talk of countries like China, they have really invested in Kenya. Talk of the SGR, and I'm told that they're going to build another one to Eldoret, Kisumu, and even Bungoma. Europe as a continent has invested even in Kenya. USA has been a partner, and emerging economies invest in mining. Yes, we have infrastructure in manufacturing. Another driver is the migration and diaspora networks. This is normally shown through the remittances as major income sources. Diaspora investment and knowledge transfer has also existed, where today we can have of course, exchange program between German universities and Kenyan universities, American universities, yes, or European universities, and even African universities. Then we have international institutions. That is another form or a driver. And these international institutions brings together countries in the entire world together. Like we have the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. It is a fund that helps to establish people financially across the world. World Bank is another one. United Nations, World Health Trade Organizations. This influences African economic and political decisions. Yes, these international organizations have had influences in regard to smaller countries and developing countries, especially in Africa. They dictate how much these countries should be given. But we are saying that aid conditionalities shape policy directions. So having looked at the drivers and the core dimensions of globalization, and of course we have already conceptualized and defined the term globalization in regard to increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries. I want us to move on and look at the positive impacts of globalization. As I said earlier on, when I started teaching this topic, I said that indeed, some scholars have argued and said that globalization is a double-edged sword. It cuts on both ends. This means that it has its own advantages and disadvantages. Remember, we have just talked about the opening, the removal of barriers, that today you can travel to different parts of the world. That today you can transact business at the comfort of your house, and goods are delivered all the way from Dubai to Kenya, then to your home place. And therefore, this opening, remember, has its own advantages and disadvantages. And especially in regard to still developing countries in Africa. Are we able, because we have talked of liberalization, this is where trade is, for example, is a free venture. Are we in a position to compete with the most developed countries? It becomes a challenge on Africa. So let's look at the benefits, and later on we shall be looking at the disadvantages of globalization. We have what we call the economic benefits. Under the economic benefits, there is increased trade opportunities. Why? Because, for example, if you are in Africa, you are able to access global markets for African products. So Africans will be able to access the international markets. Still under the increased trade opportunities, growth of export sectors, like, for example, you see we produce a lot of horticulture, flowers, yes, but we don't consume them locally. We don't use them locally so much. So we normally even now export them to countries like Amsterdam and other parts of the world where they are utilized the more. Number 2 is foreign investment and infrastructure development. We have just talked of the major infrastructure projects like what is happening in Kenya through what we call the foreign direct investment, like the Chinese government have for a very long time sponsored the Kenyan government, for example, to build the standard gauge railway. We can also cite even places where roads are built, the dual carriages in Nairobi, they are built, yes, by foreigners. As such, it's also important to note that countries also benefit, like Kenya, we benefit from global investors. We have had European countries coming to Kenya to invest. We have those ones that are mining titanium at Kwale, yes, and we benefit from that. There is also what we call job creation, and the employment is usually done in what we call, for example, manufacturing, service industries, and global value chains. We have international companies like Colgate, like Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola is all over in Kenya. So as such, people are employed where we have, for example, the construction of roads and railways or ports, Africans are employed. In mining areas, Africans are also employed. So we talk about job creation. Then growth of technology and innovation. A good example is our very own invention in Kenya, that is M-Pesa. It was invention by the Kenyans. Among other inventions. Digital entrepreneurship. Today we have had what we call e-commerce, where you can transact your business online. So today people can do online business. Look at Jumia. Today you can buy things online without meeting face-to-face with the seller. That was economic. Let's look at the political benefits. Strengthened governance standards due to global norms. For example, we usually have the international community, for example, via the UN, United Nations, who usually send their observers, especially during election, like what happened in Tanzania. They also released their own reports after the general elections in Tanzania. They usually do that even in Kenya. So it also leads politically, it also leads to promotion of democracy, human rights, and transparency, because we have international agencies that seeks to promote human rights and transparency in these countries. Participation in international diplomacy and peacekeeping. We had, for example, the peacekeeping in Somalia, where Africa continent sent the AMISOM. And Kenya, being party, was able also to send their soldiers to go and maintain peace in Somalia. Let's look at the social benefits, the social and cultural benefits. So globalization has increased access to education and global knowledge. Today, you are able to read in a nutshell and see what is happening across the world. People have also gone to other parts of the world, other continents in America and Europe and Far East for purposes of learning. Rise of African arts, ones we call Afrobeat, the Nollywood, among others. On matters health and environmental benefits, globalization has led to access to global medical technologies and pharmaceuticals. For example, we normally have what we call the flying doctors or the global doctors, who are usually sent to different parts of the world to treat patients. We also have, globalization has also made it possible to have international cooperation on pandemics, for example, the HIV and the coronavirus. Global environmental protection initiatives have been put in place by different leaders and heads of states. That is why we have such agencies like UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program. We talk of habitat. As I said, it's a double-edged sword. So what are the negative impacts of globalization on Africa? Having looked at the positive or the positive impacts of globalization, it also suffices that we look at the negative or the challenges, impacts of globalization on Africa. So to begin with, let's look at economic challenges. So we have an equal exchange, for example. Because of globalization, Africa exports cheap raw materials and imports expensive finished products. You see, we are wondering, why should we have oil in Turkana, but we have allowed the foreigners to extract, process away from Kenya, and then now we import finished products. We import, for example, refined oil, which is very, very expensive. So in terms of export, we ought not to export raw materials and import very expensive finished goods. Through also globalization, it has also led to perpetuation of economic independence and vulnerability. Especially the developing countries today depend on developed countries, and they have always been daily customers to what we call the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. You have seen even our president, every time they are borrowing to meet the daily needs of their country. Today in Kenya, for example, the president has a vision of making Kenya a first world country. And in so doing, he needs 5 trillion. Where on earth are we going to get all this? The dependence syndrome and the vulnerability status. You see, once they give us such amount of money, we forever now depend on them. It has also led to deindustrialization whereby local industries struggle to compete with the cheap imports. We ask ourselves, why is our sugar manufactured in Kenya very expensive than the sugar we import from even Uganda, our neighboring countries? The rice that we produce in Kenya, why is it very expensive than the rice we import from Pakistan? The maize we produce in Kenya, why is it that it's very expensive compared to the maize that we have to import from Brazil? So those are developed countries, and therefore we cannot outcompete them. And that is why we are saying because of globalization, manufacturing sectors have remained underdeveloped. Land grabs and resource exploitation, whereby it is made possible because the foreign companies acquire large tracts of land for purposes of agriculture and even mining. I've already given a good example of the mining of titanium at Kwale. Environmental degradation and displacement of communities. What is happening in Turkana? What is happening in Kwale? Kenyans and Africans were displaced from their original lands, and they were pushed to other places in the name of creating room for mining. So what happens when these people complete or they are done with their mining? They leave those quarries unattended and not filled up. This has caused environmental degradation to our land. There is the loss of economic sovereignty, whereby because of our dependence on the International Monetary Fund, that is IMF and World Bank, these institutions have come up with policies that have strings attached. Yes, at times they accept to give us the loans, but they say you have to implement this and that. We've had cases of, for example, the issue of lesbianism and gayism in Africa. That one has not been our culture. But because of the dependence syndrome, these people, whenever they want to give us loans, they want to give us grants, they have always attached these strings to these grants. And because we are vulnerable, these people dictate on the economies of the struggling Africans. Let's look at social cultural challenges that come as a result of globalization. One is we have what you call cultural erosion. This is where, for example, Western cultural dominance threatens African traditions, languages, and even values. And we have really compromised our cultures. What happened to our mode of dressing? Even today, look around the campus and tell me, is that the way we wear, we put on? Is it according to our traditions? And today you'll find students arguing that if you put on those traditional kind of attires or as per our mode of dressing traditionally, you will find comrades arguing that then you are uncivilized, that you don't look sophisticated. And that is why we are saying that globalization has really intruded into and threatened our cultures. I was asking some people that how comes that even today, if you eat by use of a fork or spoon, it makes you sophisticated and modern. who said that? Who said that we have to wear tumbo cards to show that we are sophisticated and modern? And if you are seated next to a friend who is wearing a tumbo card, ask her, does that one make her sophisticated in any way to our way of life? We have sacrificed our way of life at the expense of globalization. Even the hairstyles today, men watch football and the next day they put dye, they apply dye, they plait their hair in the name of sophistication and modernization. This indeed, comrades, has threatened our cultural fabric. And today we are cultureless, we are valueless. I know where you are, you might be in a place where you want to defend how you do your things. Matters to do with lesbianism and gayism has become order of the day. And we ask ourselves, surely, comrades, is that our culture? Is that really our culture? And it has become a common practice. Today, you find a group of five, for example, ladies on campus. 3 of them are practicing lesbianism, or even 4 out of 5. You find men out of 10, 8 or 7 practice gayism. And indeed, this has threatened our moral fabric or our cultural fabric. And perhaps maybe I'll refer you to the works of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Professor late Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who said and wrote a book, Decolonizing the Mind. Maybe if you have never read that book, may I recommend that you read that particular book, Decolonizing the Mind. And according to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, that Africans will only liberate themselves and become independent if they'll be able to decolonize their minds. If you decolonize your mind, you'll realize that practicing your culture is more sophisticated and modern than the copy and paste thing we are doing even today. I have so much intruded into your privacy, but forgive me for doing that. But as a teacher, I have to inculcate such manners into my students. Globalization has also led to brain drain, whereby, for example, the African geniuses, skilled Africans, have migrated to the West for better opportunities or for purposes of even scholarship. You will find those students who become Kenya 1, top 10, top 20, are usually taken and they go to the West, to America, to Europe, in the name of scholarship. But do these even Africans come back? I have one in my neighborhood who was Kenya 1 in 2012. He went to Stanford University. He is my immediate neighbor. And he only comes once, and we are being told that maybe in the near future he will not come back again to Kenya. These are the people now who do wonders when they go to America and to Europe. They are in those rooms inventing things. And such inventions do not come along with their names. The Europeans have to label the final product in their name. Brain drain. Today we have shortage of doctors, engineers, and academicians who have flown to different parts of the world in the name of green pastures. Globalization has also brought about political challenges. For example, external interference, domestic politics. You just saw what happened in Tanzania recently and even in Kenya. Like in 2013, we were being told that choices have consequences. What is the indication of that? That they are controlling our internal matters. Globalization has also led to environmental challenges on matters climate change, pollution and ecological damage from multinational corporations. When these people come and, of course, establish their industries, they have intruded into our ecological system, damaging them. Next, comrades, let's move on and look at what we call globalization and development. And we have to look at case studies, okay, case examples. For example, in Kenya, on matters ICT revolution, we have, for example, what we call the Silicon Savannah and mobile banking via M-Pesa. Participation in global markets. Today, we produce tea and horticulture where we export to such countries. For example, flowers are exported to Amsterdam. Vulnerability to global oil prices and trade shocks, whereby we're exporting crude oil and importing refined oil. Nigeria, the same with oil dependence. They produce oil, yet they depend so much on the importation of refined oil. Cultural globalization in terms of Nollywood influencing global media. That is from Nigeria, Ethiopia, and South Africa. You read about that. So how has Africa responded to globalization? We have had what we call regional integration. For example, Africans came together and formed African Union. They also formed African Continental Free Trade Area, East African communities there in existence, Economic Community of West Africa, states like ECOWAS. We've had what we call the South-South Cooperation, where we've had partnerships with China and India and Brazil, among others. Today, we also have what we call Africa Agenda 2063, which it is an African Union's long-term blueprint for sustainable development, which emphasizes on inclusive growth, industrialization, and continental integration. What is the future of globalization in Africa? We can talk of opportunities to come, digital transformation. That is why people today are really working and doing what we call AI. Youth population and innovation capacity, potential manufacturing hubs, growing intra-African trade, but risks are there. Increasing data burden, whereby we depend so much on, like we are talking of transforming Kenya into a first world country. This means that we are going to borrow more, and this increases debt burdens. Unequal integration into global markets where we cannot compete with the most developed countries like USA and even China and even Britain. Global power rivalries between USA and China today. There is a big competition between USA and China. As I come to the conclusion, comrades, it's important to note, therefore, in this topic, that indeed globalization is a double-edged sword for Africa, because it offers opportunities for economic growth, technological advancement, and global integration. But In the same measure, it presents challenges such as dependence, cultural erosion, inequality, and vulnerability to global shocks. So that is what forms this, the gist of this topic, globalization. Social, cultural, we have looked at those ones, the benefits, the disadvantages of globalization, the different dimensions, and of course, drivers of globalization. So thank you so much. And that means the end of topic number 8. I will allow me move and look at quickly the next topic. We are not going to dwell so much on this one. That is Millennium Development Goals. Maybe perhaps I'll just take you through the 8 Millennium Development Goals only and see whether we were able to achieve them or not. And that will form our topic number 9. So when you talk about Millennium Development Goals, shortened or abbreviated as MDGs, we are talking about the set 8 goals by the international community, that is the United Nations, that were set in 2000, whose target was put as a deadline 2015. And this framework was supposed to address matters poverty, inequality, health, education, gender, and environmental challenges. So this was launched in United Nations Millennium Summit of September 2000 and was accepted and endorsed by 189 countries, of course, Kenya being party to it. So what was the purpose of the Millennium Development Goals? They were supposed to mobilize global commitment to reduce extreme poverty, provide clear and measurable targets for development, strengthen international cooperation, and address structural inequalities and vulnerabilities, especially in Africa. It is therefore important that, comrades, I take you through the 8 Millennium Development Goals that were reached upon by the United Nations countries. Number 1 Millennium Goal was to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, whose targets included that by 2015, which was the deadline, that these countries ought to have halved the proportion of people living on less than $1 per day, achieve full and productive employment, have the proportion of people suffering from hunger. So this number 1 was on reduction of extreme poverty and hunger. Number 2, achieve universal primary education, whose target was to ensure all children, boys and girls, complete primary schooling. Number 3, MDG, was to promote gender equality and empower women, whose target was eliminate gender disparity in primary, secondary, and even tertiary education, and even in matters leadership or representation. MDG number 4 was to reduce child mortality or deaths. What was the target of this? That by 2015, which was the deadline, was to reduce under 5 mortality rate by 2/3. MDG number 5 was to improve maternal health, whose target was the reduction of maternal mortality ratio by 3/4 by 2015, achieve universal access to reproductive health by all mothers. MDG number 6 was to combat HIV and AIDS, malaria and other diseases, whose target was that by 2015, halt and reverse the spread of HIV and AIDS, achieve universal access to HIV and AIDS treatment, and reverse incidences of malaria and TB. MDG number 7 was to ensure environmental sustainability, whose target that by the deadline of 2015, countries ought to have integrated sustainable development principles into policies, reduce biodiversity loss, was to halve the proportion of people without clean water or sanitation, improve living conditions in slums. The very last MDG was number 8, which sought to have what we call global partnership for development. And the targets were to develop fair global trade and financial systems, by address debt burdens of developing countries, provide access to affordable essential medicines, and enhance access to ICT, technology, and knowledge. So those were the 8 MDGs. It's important that I mention this, that we had the rationale behind the MDGs in the African context. Remember that Africa was the most needy continent, and it therefore needed a very quick and accelerated intervention because of the historical underdevelopment that happened because of the colonial exploitation that left Africa as a wanting nation that needed help. Africa also needed interventions because of the high poverty levels that existed by 2000s, political instability and conflict, which arose from elections and post-elections. Matters HIV and AIDS pandemic also was a challenge in Africa. Weak infrastructure and government systems, which came as a result of inheritance of foreign administrative structures. And of course, the rapid population growth that existed in Africa. So how did Africa, for example, undertake the implementation of the MDGs? Because we have said those MDGs were supposed to have been attained by 2015, which formed the deadline. So how did the Africans go about realizing this and implementing the MDGs? Some countries, of course, undertook what we call national development plans, for example. In Kenya by 2008, the then President Kibabii initiated what we call Vision 2030, which was in line with the MDGs. You remember after his tenure in 2013, when the Uhuru Ruto government took over, they also came up with a short-term plan, the Big Four agenda. African countries also undertook sector-specific strategies in terms of education. Remember when, for example, in 2002 in Kenya, when President Kibabii took over the late, he was able to introduce universal free primary education. On matters health also, later on, the Uhuru Ruto government introduced what we call Linda Mama, In agriculture, of course, we had the introduction of subsidized fertilizer, among other inputs. We had partnerships with UN agencies and NGOs and donors. Monitoring and reporting frameworks were also put in place. And we are saying that as African countries were battling with the implementation, they received international assistance, which played a very big role. And they received support from International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, bilateral aid, and global funds. Matters to do with AIDS and TB, and of course, malaria. It is important to mention here that the 2000 and 2015 target was to some extent achieved in different nationalities. Matters poverty reduction, for example, poverty rates declined in some countries like in Ghana and Ethiopia. Matters education, for example, in Kenya, there was introduction of free primary education. Today we had, and later on, subsidized secondary education. On matters gender, you remember the third rule, a third rule in Kenya, whereby women were also given opportunities to take part. Of course, that is what brought about the introduction of women representatives in the Kenyan parliament. The matters to do with girl child education were also put in place. Through vaccinations, African countries were able to monitor child mortality. HIV and later on environmental sustainability matters or matters environmental control, the conservation measures that were put in place by the government, and of course, individuals. Challenges and shortcomings of MDGs, that in the process of implementing these MDGs, African countries, for example, faced challenges that emanated from inadequate resources in different countries, governance issues, that even money that was allocated through corruption, such money was squandered. High inequality when it came to urban and rural disparities. Conflict and insecurity, remember the civil wars, for example, in Somalia, DRC, Sudan. Population growth kept on increasing in different parts of Africa. Environmental degradation as a result of deforestation, climate change, among others. Limited inclusivity, even as other countries were battling with the representation, will have challenges with inclusivity. So I don't want to really go into this. It is important to note, therefore, that the Millennium Development Goals were later on transitioned to, or were later on changed to what we call Sustainable Development Goals, which expanded the goals from 8 to 17. Maybe at your own time, you can look at the SDGs, the ones we are calling Sustainable Development Goals, that after the 2015, which was the deadline, and much was not achieved per se, the African adopted what we call Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So maybe at your own time, you can Google and look at the SDGs, which emphasize the sustainability, inclusion, governance, and climate action. So, and they aim to build on unfinished MDG business in terms of, for example, poverty, health, and education. So as much as we had MDGs put in place, comrades, it's important to note here that not all of them were achieved. Some were partly achieved in different parts of Africa. But given the challenges that Africa has always faced, much was not achieved even up to today. We have talked of Vision 2030. Maybe that will form now the basis of our next lesson. We are just a stone's throw away, 2030, but have we really achieved? So maybe that one we shall cover in our next topic. So today, class, I have taken you through two important topics, globalization and Millennium Development Goals. In this, we've been able to look at them in detail. I want to promise here that I'm going to share the notes with you, the ones that I'm using. Although you already have the notes with you, I've been sending to the our class reps wall, and I'm very sure that our honorable class reps have been sharing with you these notes just to beef up what you already have in this particular course. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And just immediately, I want to share these notes with our class reps so that they can confirm that indeed they have received. So up to that point, class, it marks the end. It marks the end of my presentation today. I'm looking for the WhatsApp wall for the class reps. I'm looking for the walls of our class reps so that I can share these notes for your access. Class reps, you can now confirm. Class reps, you can confirm on the wall that you have received those notes. Kindly. Class reps, can you confirm that you have received the notes? May I receive comments on our YouTube link? I'm already there. Some are saying good work, Mwalimu. Thank you so much. Nice lesson. Thank you, lecturer. Some of us don't have the notes. I have already shared with our class reps. The lecture has been enjoyable. Thank you. Hooray. When is the cut? Class reps don't share the notes. Next week will form our very last lesson. And I want to promise that I shall give the roadmap of our series of cuts. I wanted us to first of all complete, and then I give a roadmap of how we shall undertake our cuts. So thank you. It's amazing, nice lesson. Thank you for your cooperation, comrades. I want to reiterate here that indeed it has been nice interacting with you. It's only that our platform here does not allow us to have direct conversation, but I like the way you've been reacting in terms of posting on our link there on our WhatsApp. In case you have any challenge, please always make sure that you raise them up with me directly. You already have my contact, or you have any challenge, please always raise them with our class representatives. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon. God bless you, and bye for now.
Gracias.